If it's not, he needs to fill some forms out.
Already. Well, I can only speak for myself. I know I have, and if Sean has, because he told me.
School
They
board.
said you have to be resworn leaders.
Okay. All right.
I didn't know that was going to be resworn. You were on my and recommended last month that terminate.
You'll want to swear in before you do the invocation
Yeah.
and everything, just to kind of make it super
Official.
official.
Yes,
That sounds good.
that makes sense.
I'm real flexible in that how. So I'll take your guidance. Take photo guidance with me. I mean, that's people who know about these things better. At that point, I was taking the pictures last Friday. You know,
The young man.
Yeah. Nice, but I don't want him just, saying like, where do you want this? Just set,
Yeah.
just tell people. Sometimes you gotta just
Right.
step forward.
Right, right.
You want the picture? Where do you want this stand?
Now, is he working as an intern or is he?
I had never met him before. So I'm not quite sure.
Is the judge here?
He's right here with Lee Harris. Yeah, everybody's here ready to roll.
So
Whenever.
he's going to do it
We just do it first.
before we call it to order. We'll call it to order. Let's bow our heads for just a moment. God, our Father, we thank you for this day and what it means to us. We thank you for your blessings, great and small. We thank you for those who've come, Father, to share in and participate and to witness this meeting for the Board of Supervisors. Ask blessings as we go undertake this business of the county, and we ask that thou would guide us and be with us, Father. Bless the homes of those who've come. Bless them each members one by one. Take care of us, our Father, and in the end, we pray that you save us. In your Son, Jesus' name, we pray. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Don't.
Any school board members, constitutional officers, anybody else that needs to be sworn in as well.
You want to say it now? Okay. Okay.
Yep. I guess if we all get up front here. Yeah. We'll take a better picture. Yeah, get up there.
Okay. I think we just. Yeah.
First of all, it's an honor to be here, and I appreciate your inviting me. So what I'll do is ask you to raise your right hand. Repeat the oath after me. There'll be a couple of places where you fill in your name and your title. So I'll allow each of you to please repeat after me. I, and state your name.
I, Stephanie Coleman,
Do solemnly swear and agree
do solemnly swear and agree
to uphold the Constitution of and flag and then state your title. For the Commonwealth of Virginia, County of Amelia. Congratulations to you all.
Wayne wants board members.
Stephanie. But are you just a what?
Yes, sir.
Keep it straight.
This point, what charity meeting members, clerk, Father.
Okay, next item up, we'll need to elect a chairman for, 2020.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to nominate Frank Harris as chair for 2020.
Okay, heard Mr. nominates Mr. Frank Harris to be the chairman. Are there any other nominations? Nominations have been closed. Any discussion? If not, I'll call for the question. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried unanimously. Congratulations, Mr. Harris. Now I'll turn the meeting over to you.
Thank you, board members, and you'll get yours later on. The next item on the agenda is that of the election of a vice chairman. Floor is now open for nominations for vice chairman of the Board of Supervisors.
Mr. Chairman, I nominate Sean Wyatt for the position of vice chairman.
All right, we have a nomination for Sean Wyatt as vice chairman of the Board of Supervisors. Any other nominations? And I need a motion then that the nomination be closed.
So moved.
Got a motion that the nomination be closed on the nominee that has been made. All in favor, let it be known by the use of sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it, the motion is carried. And I need a motion that Sean Wyatt be vice chairman for this year coming up. Need a motion. Need a motion. No, that he be. I need a motion that, to make it official, that he is now the vice chair of the board. All right. Got a motion, further discussion on the motion. Not all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it, the motion is carried. Next item on the agenda is that of consideration of the rules of the Board of Supervisors. Mr. Harvey? I know there have been some housekeeping type corrections and all that good stuff, but.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman,
Sure.
I've provided each board member with a red line version of all of the changes we'd like to make. A lot of them are just clerical, but there are some significant ones. I'll go through those just briefly. One of them has to do with posting. We feel from a transparency point of view and to keep customer engagement. I'm thinking about business. Citizen engagement, that we post our board packets at the same time they're given to us, and that we post any other documents we're given quickly, and we will allow people to read them in advance of our meeting. In addition to that, we want to have a report section in our supervisor comment at the end. We usually have supervisor comments. We want to add comments about the committees that we're assigned to so that everybody knows what we do during the month, not only what we do at this meeting. So it'll be a brief report of each supervisor's activities on the charity boards we serve on, or anything else that people may want to know about. Also, we want to put in here that any agenda requests from constitutional officers will be added to the agenda without approval. Right now, people submit requests to the county administrator and he can either approve or disapprove. We want to make sure that constitutional officers get their agenda items on without approval. Also, there's a couple in here that we need to talk about. I'll leave those till last. There's a section where it says rules can be suspended by the majority, or by 2/3, and 2/3 is really 4 people, so we want to change that to the majority. And we want to allow the chair to make motions if he wishes to. And we want to change, even though it's not a hard rule, we can't find it written anywhere, we want to allow citizens to speak about anything, whether it's on the agenda or not. And then there's 2 issues, two things that somebody else put in that we need to debate, I think. I disagree with them because they're removing things that are really part of the standard Roberts Rules of Order. One is that no member shall speak more than once on any subject until everyone else has spoken, and will never speak more than twice. Somebody wanted to strike that, and I think it needs to stay in there. And another one was that we remove a section that says during public comments and public hearings and meetings that it says, please direct all comments to the chair. And I believe that needs to stay in there as well. So all the other changes are pretty much, no-brainers, but those changes are the ones that we have to talk about and decide whether we want to approve this document or not. And any other comments from anyone else, of course.
Comments from board members?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to comment on 2 others. There's also a comment here that we request, that all government meetings, regular and special, be posted on the county's website at the time they're scheduled. And that requests for agenda items other than those by the constitutional officers that Mr. Scott mentioned will be placed on the agenda as long as they are meet the timeline required. Or if they're not placed on the agenda, which is the prerogative of the county administrator, then he simply forward us so we're aware of what's being removed from the agenda.
It's pretty much what we're doing now. Pretty much.
And if I ask for both the changes that Mr. Scott suggested not make, and I'm comfortable not proceeding with those 2 changes.
Okay.
So if I make a motion, we accept these rules as amended in the red line version, minus those 2 clauses, which I can correct and give to Ms. Arthur to formalize.
All right. All right, I've got a motion to accept the rules of the board as amended. That's what you said?
Rules of the board with this red line version, which I will send to
The
Brenda.
one that you sent to us?
Yeah, I can send it tonight with those 2 other lines taken out.
All right. Board members understand what we're voting on? All right. Questions or comments? Not all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of aye. Aye. Those opposed? Ayes have it, the motion is carried. All right. You can't hear me? Okay.
Can you hear me? Okay.
Got you.
Yeah, you need to be about 2 inches away.
Okay, let's see. Next item on the agenda is a consideration of board members' appointments and committees, authorities, commission. Oh, I'm sorry, excuse me. Next item is that of the establishment of dates, time, and places for the regular 2020 monthly Board of Supervisors meetings. We've been meeting every third Wednesdays at 7 at the courthouse area, if I remember. That's the way it is now for our regular meetings. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, I have another comment.
All right.
Just to talk on the constituents, I've had a lot of people ask that we make a change to a different night, mainly due to church. I actually took a survey and 40% come back recommended, or that they would like to have Tuesday night versus about 20 to 22% for Wednesday and Thursday night. So I just told them I would let everybody know.
All right, that's interesting because my church meeting is every Tuesday night. All right,
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I make a motion that we keep the Wednesday night, third Wednesday night of every month.
right, at 7 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
All right, got a motion to continue meeting every Wednesday night at 7 o'clock for our monthly meetings, third Wednesdays. Further discussion on that motion?
Mr. Chairman, I would like us to comment on the location. As you know, the last 2 months we've met in here. Looking out among the audience, there are many more people than can fit in the courthouse at this point. I certainly don't believe we're going to have the same amount as the 2A discussions of November and December, but I think that many people have commented it's much more comfortable, easier parking in here, and we do have the ability of the screen for projections. So I make a motion to move the location to high school auditorium.
That's an amendment to the motion, in other words.
I guess only commented on the time. So.
It is an amendment to the motion. All right. I've got a motion, an amendment to the motion that we meet every Wednesday, third Wednesdays at 7 o'clock and the amendment is to that the meetings be held at the high school auditorium. That's the amended motion. Further discussion on that motion? Not all those in favor then of that amended motion, let it be known by the usual sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. All right, motion carries.
Okay, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
that's our standard meetings, and I would like to open discussion about the possibility of having additional meetings for work sessions that we can plan and get things done rather than just at this meeting once a month. Whether we have regular meetings every month, I don't know, but I would like to at least schedule one soon where we can start going through plans, strategies, and coming up with what we want to do for the future of Amelia.
And where would you like to hold those meetings? You want them to be scheduled accordingly and let that be done in coordination with the county administrator's office?
Well, I look at what Powhatan does, and they schedule a second meeting every month as a work session, and if it's not needed, they cancel it. I think maybe we should do something like that. I travel a lot for business, and if it's not on my calendar, I may not be able to make it. So I'd rather get it on the calendar, everybody's calendars, and if we don't need the meeting, we just cancel it. Maybe the second Wednesday of every month or something.
County administrator, your comments?
We've got a schedule and we find plans. We don't control this venue right here. Judges control the work. Usually they're accommodating. But just let us know.
So we can work with that through your office, what you're saying, so.
We could do it at the county administrator building.
County administrator's office, that building. How about that?
As a workshop, I think that location would work fine.
And we're talking about every Wednesday.
I'm talking about the second Wednesday.
I'm sorry, second Wednesday. Second Wednesday.
Just a proposal.
Is that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
All right, so the motion is that we schedule workshops for the board to be held every second Wednesdays in the county administration building at 7 o'clock. All right? That's a motion. Further discussion on that motion? Not all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of aye. Aye. Those opposed, ayes have it, the motion's carried. Okay. That takes care of that item on the agenda. Now, the next item is that of the consideration of board members' appointments to committees, authorities, commissions, etc.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I would be interested in taking the previous position held by Mr. Whitaker on the Crossroad Community Services as one of the members for replacing Carol Barnard on the IDA and the Social Services Board where Carol Barnard was the representative as well.
Okay. All right, I see no problem with that. Do you all have these listed? I don't Last page. Yeah, that's correct. No wonder I got the copy that didn't. See, I can see that. Okay. I got you. All right. Anybody have anybody has any board member have any objections with,
No, sir.
all right? And Sean, how about yourself?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I would like to possibly move to the Emergency Services Board.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Scott would like to give that up.
I don't want to give it up.
Also, I will go step up and take Mr. Whitaker's place on the library board. Just to make that also. And I would be willing to take the place on the planning commission to replace Mr. Barnard.
All right, okay. Any board member have any problems with that? Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to take the second slot on the IDA.
on the IDA? Okay.
If I don't believe it's Planning Commission, that was previously filled.
Well, yeah,
Mr. Chairman.
Sean's going to take that one.
But there's two members on the Planning Commission.
No, I don't think that's correct. I think there's only one.
Oh, that's just what's on our information.
Yeah. That's right.
One of them is an alternate.
One's an alternate.
Do we need an alternate?
Yes, sir.
I'll do it. I volunteer to be the alternate for the planning commission.
He's got one. Okay, that's good. Okay. All right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
this list has the Virginia Heartland. Oh, no. Yeah. Didn't we get out of that organization?
Yeah.
Or was it the Growth Alliance?
We're out of the
We're out
Virginia's
of-
Growth Alliance, but we are in the Virginia's Heartland Regional Industrial Facility Authority. That's down in
So-
Kaysville.
So someone has to take that.
Yes, sir.
When do they meet?
We met
No, what?
about quarterly,
During the day?
quarterly during the day.
During the
yes,
day,
sir.
quarterly.
To be clear, the Virginia Growth Alliance should be removed.
Virginia's Growth Alliance,
Right.
we're not members currently.
Right.
Okay.
That's correct.
We're not.
Mr. Chairman, I'll take that one. Virginia Heartland Regional.
Regional industrial facilities, you'll take that one? Okay. the Virginia Heartland Regional Industrial Facilities.
For who?
Sean.
Sean, okay.
And I guess I get what's left. Let's
Mr.
see.
Chairman, do you want to change any of your current assignments?
Roger, you're also on, let's see, Piedmont Senior Resources, correct?
Yeah, the Piedmont Senior Resources and Steps, I would just like to keep.
And steps, right? Okay. Looks like I've got Piedmont Senior Resources, South Central Workforce Investment Board, and
CPMT,
CPMT, I'm sorry, Community Policy Management, and Director of Emergency Services. I can handle it.
Mr. Gleason, do you want to keep all of your current assignments?
yes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd recommend that we have an additional position added as an official liaison to the school board.
Yeah, I believe that was part of the, no. You're exactly right. We can go ahead and take care of that, man. Consideration of board, you're talking about that item that's beneath,
No, that's a separate item.
okay, all right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I believe we have to have a conversation with the school board about that.
Yeah, I think before we make any commitments or force a position on the school board, we ought to at least get their input.
Well, I don't, that's certainly fair, but I don't feel like it's a forced position on them to simply acknowledge that one of us will take point on interactions with the school board.
We'll have that communications with the school board. Okay. All right. What else do I need to do with that? I need to.
You got them all?
Looks like we've got everybody situated here. Yes.
No, we don't serve on the board. We're non-voting members. No, we're not a member, we just attend the meetings.
So, just the motion is clear that you're not appointing members of the member to the idea.
Okay.
Call it, I guess, a liaison or something.
Yeah.
Liaison, okay, but no membership. Not a membership on the IDA. Okay.
That's clearly the way it's been in the past.
That's the way it's been.
Yes, sir.
Right. Okay. Good. All right, that takes care of that.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
there was one other issue that somebody wants to, I agree with it, that we have all alternates be another board member and not county administrator for these appointments.
So that, if I'm not mistaken, I heard some discussion that whenever, say, for example, I or any of my colleagues are unable to make their particular meeting, that they ask another board member to serve as the alternate or to stand in. Okay. I don't,
With no restriction that the county administrator can attend at any point, just that the official member or the alternate for the board member be another board member.
would be another board member.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, if I could point out, I guess that's the Clio board
Right.
that I would be off of. But the Piedmont Regional Jail Authority, the county administrator is a member of that. It says authority on this sheet here, but all county administrators are members of the Piedmont Regional Jail
Okay,
Authority.
it says alternate.
Right.
It says it on this sheet, that's right. But,
Right. Okay.
The Clio's.
I don't see the Clio
I would
listed
like
on
to
here at
see
all.
The board member be the alternate.
Can you point out where the line item is for that? Is that an additional something that's not on here?
Yeah, it's not on the list.
Who is the current member for Clio?
Mr. Gleason. it's the chief local elected official, I would think that would be the chairman.
Yes, exactly right. I'll be attending. All right. That takes care of the appointments, if I'm not mistaken.
But who's the alternate for that? I didn't get that. Who's going to be the alternate for the,
I would recommend the alternate be the vice chairman.
If I can't attend, I'll contact Sean. Sean will be the alternate. Okay, we'll get there.
Is that a monthly meeting or quarterly?
quarterly?
Quarterly, it meets quarterly. Should be okay. For me, anyway. All right. Do I need, now, this doesn't need any motion to approve it.
I think so.
All right, Joe, you got your assignments, so,
I'm not clear who's taking the action then for the school board. I guess that was voted down.
We didn't vote, but I think we need to have some discussion around setting up a discussion with the school board and coming up with an agreement of what we want to do.
yeah, I think that's, my comments were meant to pretty much say that would be some communication with the school board, exactly how that would happen. And that communication would take place immediately. Okay. Okay.
So who's going to do that? You or Joseph?
Well, I'm happy to, as my suggestion, but I'm not, I also find someone else wants to have the discussion.
I would think that we'll do it through county administrator's office.
And the discussion?
Have the discussion, set up a meeting with the school.
Well, if we have a
school
meeting with the
board.
entire board, then we've got to call public session.
I'm thinking initially having some conversation with Dr. Harper's and the school board chairman in terms of the initial coordination, and if that means going any further and having a full meeting, then that's what will be set up. But that initial contact would involve Dr. Harper and the school board chairman, if that's okay. All right, and that meeting will be set up by the county administrator's office.
I'm okay with that. I'm one of the new members. I'll just point out though that I do find it odd that with all of them sitting right there and nodding their heads, that we're going to wait a month to have this move forward.
Didn't say we're going to wait a month.
Well, we're not going to be able to vote on or officially nominate a member until we're back in here, then, right? I'm learning, so educate me.
Since I raised the objection, I have no objection to the liaison program, and I've already discussed it with some people in the school board and with Dr. Harper.
Okay.
I think everybody wants to do it, but I think we need to define what it is. It needs to be formalized.
I have no
It's
problem.
not, we don't just get together and chat every once in a while. There should be some structure to it, I think.
I just think that we ought to give the school board, I mean, if I'd like for them to have some input in terms of us wanting to do this, you know what I mean? And hear you, I don't like springing something on you, as a matter of fact, you know what I mean? Unless there had been some prior communications. That's where I am.
Which Mr. Scott said there have been. I'll drop it and move forward.
Well, you know, here's what we can do. Pending your communications and setting up the initial meeting with them, you can be the liaison person to be involved in that. And if that becomes a permanent, activity, then yes.
That sounds like a good compromise.
Is that all right? Is that a good compromise?
You can vote to assign Mr. Easter contingent upon.
Right, contingent upon that. All right, so we'll appoint you contingent upon There's also that communications. How about that? Okay? Get out of that one. All right? Let's see. That takes us through the agenda, as a matter of fact. All right, that takes us through our agenda. Is there any other business that needs to be discussed?
Not for the organizational meeting.
All right, then,
I just want to, I'm sorry, before we close, I was not referring that as the consideration of board liaison program and committee. That is not my item that I added, so I don't know that that addresses that item. Whose was that? I was
Which
referring
one?
to that simply under the consideration of appointments, committees, et cetera. So is the last item
Oh,
completed?
I was talking about the last item.
yeah, well, that's what we were talking about, the last item on there.
Board liaison program.
That's exactly right.
Okay, that was not what I brought.
You got it.
And you would be our representative to
That's right.
Okay, that's fine. That was not the topic I had brought up.
All right. Okay. All right, that takes us through.
that. Mr. Easter, if it's not what you brought up, can you articulate what it is you want to do?
Yes, I will go back to, we were talking at that point, we had
All
not
right.
moved on
All
from the
right.
committee appointments.
All right,
And I made the suggestion that we add an item to the committee appointments as a liaison to the school board. We was not aware we had moved on. I didn't hear us say we moved to the next agenda item, and I'm not sure the details of that item. If it's covered, that's great.
What's-
Okay, I see the liaison program with the schools being more of somebody, at least one, if not more people, being on a group with the school board, especially through budget season, so that we're in tune, in lockstep with everything we do. And there's never any question or misinformation between the two boards.
what's the pleasure of the board? Is that a position that you want? Is that a, talk to me, Mr. Easter.
I'm comfortable with where we landed. I just wanted to check the item had been marked off.
So is what you're referring to attending school board meetings and just keeping the lines of communication open? That's that, okay. I'm talking about more than that.
I thought you were. It's fine. You have a separate item.
Were you interested in the liaison, the position that you were talking about?
Yes.
Explain to us exactly what that position entails.
I think we're having cross wires. I'm not sure that I understand now what this item was. It asked for a committee. It asked for a liaison program committee. And what I asked for was simply designating a primary person to interface with the school board. It was nothing more complicated than that. It sounds like what we decided though would still work fine.
I think-
Was that I talked to the school board and we work out a proposal and then we'll bring it back.
That sounds like a winner. Okay. Yeah. Good enough. All right, that takes us through the organizational meeting. We'll go into our regular meeting in about 5 minutes. Give us about 5 minutes to get ourselves already reoriented. Okay, thank you. That meeting is, there's nothing else on there, that meeting is adjourned.
The organizational meeting can be adjourned right now.
Right.
That's correct. And
That's
you've
correct.
stated that you will call the regular monthly meeting to order in 5 minutes.
In 5 minutes.
Is what I heard.
That's
Okay,
correct.
Great.
That's correct. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
I move we adjourn the organizational meeting.
got a motion, further discussion on the motion. Not all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of aye. Those opposed, ayes have, the motion is carried, we are adjourned. Test. Okay.
Oh, he just checked.
I want to call to order the regular meeting of the Meade County Board of Supervisors for this month and declare the fact that we have a quorum. I want to ask Mr. Scott to give us the invocation, and then after the invocation, we'll do the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag.
Lord, we ask that you bless this new 2020 Board of Supervisors with the ability, the humility, the integrity, and the strength and the courage to undertake the difficult business of our great county in a way that will make not only its residents, but also you, Lord, proud. We also ask that you work in ways only you can on the minds and the hearts of all Amelia residents to instill not only patience with this board while we learn to work together, but also the drive to be fully engaged as citizens and to collaborate with this board in its mission to provide Amelia a bright future. Amen.
Amen. Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Scott. Thank you for those who participated. All right, we've got our agenda before us. Is there any need to amend the agenda?
I don't have anything, sir.
All right.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to amend the agenda, but first of all, I'd like to just say on the agenda, there's a lot of things that say this was added by Supervisor Scott. And I did collect information from a few of the supervisors and put this together and submitted it to Mr. Harvey, but not every agenda item is mine. So if something comes to me, I may be passing it off to the person that asked to have it on the agenda. So that said, I'd like to amend the agenda. I would like to move item D2, the school MOU, to be in front of item SB or 5B1, since they're interrelated. And I would also like to move all personnel issues, 6B1 and 2, 6D9, and 6F1 to the closed session for personnel matters.
All right, we've got the amendment. You know what we're doing here, right?
Can you repeat the numbers for the personnel items?
D2 to 5B.
6B, 1 and 2, 6D, 9, and 6F, 1.
All right. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda with those amendments?
I'll make a motion.
Got a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Further discussion on the motion? Not all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of aye. Aye. Those opposed, ayes have it, the motion is carried. Item number 2 on the agenda is that of the approval of the minutes of the December 18, 2019 regular meeting and the December 27, 2019 special meeting. Those items were sent to you in your board packet. Questions or comments on those items that were sent to you?
I move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
And a motion to approve those items as presented. Further discussion on the motion? Not all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have it, the motion is carried. Item number 3, you were also sent financial reports. You were sent the Treasurer's December 2019 accountability balance sheets, revenue reports for December 2019, expenditures report for December 2019, and accounts payable list for December 2019. These were included in your packets. You want to take them all as a block, or do you, any member has one that would like to pull out? questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
I have a question about the finance report. I would like to better understand why the school accounting costs are 27% higher than what was budgeted at this time.
Which report is that?
It's from the summary sheet.
Is this the treasurer's accountability balance
No,
sheet?
it's the other one. Fine.
The expenditures,
Yes.
the expenditures. So you want to pull that one out?
I just have a question about it.
You have
I
a
don't-
question about it. All right, so I'll pull that one out. What about treasurer's report, revenue report, accounts payable? Is that okay?
I have a few questions on accounts payable. I do believe.
You want to pull those two out? All right, treasurers and the revenue reports. What's the pleasure?
I move to approve those.
Known by the usual sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have, the motion is carried. Expenditures report, what were your questions? You got some questions?
Why? You'd be restate mine. I was asking about the school accounting positions being, at this point, the cost being 27% higher than what's budgeted, and trying to understand that.
Okay, when the budget was developed last year, we were still running a two-person department, and the schools were providing the higher level oversight through a consultant, Janet Brown. And about the time the budget was developed, through mutual agreement with the schools, we hired the third person for the finance department, Ms. Bullock. So she became a county employee, but it was after the budget had been pretty well developed. So the schools don't have to pay for a consultant out of their own funds, but they are reimbursing us for the third position.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's sufficient.
And that money is, it's paid by the schools eventually, right? Reimbursed?
Yes, sir. It's a reimbursement. It's completely reimbursed. That's right.
All right, given the explanation, can I get a motion to approve that the treasurer's report?
So moved.
Got a motion for discussion on the motion. Not all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have, the motion is carried. Okay, questions on the revenue report?
I apologize. I have a couple questions, but mine are in section 3, and I'm very confused. So does that mean it's expenditures?
Yes.
So I have none in revenue reports.
Expenditures.
Yeah, I do have, so I can do expenditures. On page 16 in section 3, expenditures, economic development showed a $6,000 charge. I was just wondering, I mean, that's kind of a big chunk of money. What that would be for?
What page was that?
It's section 3, page 16. I believe it was a B&B consultant item, but I was just wondering.
We have paid a bill to do some E&S planning on a 3-acre lot that we recently acquired over beside the old river building.
I'm sorry, what's ENS?
Erosion and sediment control.
Thank you.
Yes, page 1 of section 3, the CIP spending. Based on the current budget, we're halfway through the year, but our CIP spending is around 16%, it says. I know some projects obviously have a higher cost to time ratio, but at that current projected rate, we are only going to get through about half of our CIP projects. Is there a big pending project?
Well, I don't think we paid for a fire truck yet this year. So as soon as the next fire truck comes in, and I'm not sure what the bill on that is, probably north of $500,000. turn that 16% a lot higher.
525,000. Okay. And the only other one I had is item 3 on the financial reports is the telecommunications. It seems to be very broad, but $83,000 is a ton of money for telecommunications. I just was wondering what all that amounted to.
I can't tell you that off the top of my head, but I can get you an answer tomorrow. I can dig down through there.
Okay. That's all I have.
That's all you got? All right. You haven't answered those questions and gotten those explanations. Can I get a motion to approve the expenditures report for December 2019?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Got a motion, further discussion on the motion. Not all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of aye. Aye. Those opposed? Ayes have it, the motion is carried. We're down to the point of public comment. This is a point that those of you who come and share in this meeting, monthly meeting, any item that's well, we amended the motion, so any item you may come forward and make your comments. Any comments that you may have, you can come forward and make those comments. State your name and your address.
My name is Mary Alice Williams. I'm in District 3, 11 Jetersville. I'd just like to say that as a taxpayer, at the last Board of Supervisors meeting, it was hard for me to accept the final passed school board budget audit deficit in the amount of $400,000. This is no reflection on the current school leadership. Now the county decides how much more money it's going to allocate to give to the school board to rectify this deficit, because there will be no restitution of the funds, so I understand. To me, this is a travesty that should never have happened through the lack of oversight of our elected Board of Supervisors and school board members and personnel that were hired by them to overlook the spending of taxpayers' dollars. It shouldn't have happened, and it should never happen again. And that's how I would say it to one of my children. In the future, I ask our elected officials to please use more oversight and concern about how you spend the taxpayers' dollars, who get up every morning, get in their cars, drive to Richmond, wherever, to make an honest salary and pay their taxes. And they don't need to be just poofed off and thrown into the wind. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Comments are well taken. Anybody else?
My name is Sharon Moran. I live over on Chula, off Chula, and this is my second time attending a meeting, so I apologize if I'm not doing it correctly. I just want to highlight the concern I have for traffic over on 360 in front of Hardee's and Mario's and the Snook on the other side. I work in that area, and I've witnessed and heard the crunching of many accidents. Sometimes when I go to work, it's very hard for me to turn left because somebody's riding up on my bumper going very fast, and I kind of have to flip over into the turn lane as fast as I can while someone else is pulling out to go across. I don't know exactly what the answer is, but on December 26th, some of my coworkers witnessed an accident where they, for fervently believe that somebody passed away. Gratefully, more information has come that the person did survive. However, I hope we don't wait till somebody does die. I hope we do something to make that area of traffic safer.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman.
Good evening.
Congratulations to the new board members, and congratulations to all 5 of you, and I hope to be able to look at that water tower and see that we do have a bright future. I just want to follow up on something that both of the ladies were talking about.
State your name just for the.
I'm sorry, John Burton, and I live in District 5. As far as roads are concerned, Route 609 from here to Powhatan, there are no shoulders at all. It's a very dangerous road. And as cars are coming through there, if somebody veers off, crosses that center line, there's no place for that other car to go, and there's going to be some fatal accidents along there as more people start traveling that way. The other comment that I wanted to make was on the first lady that got up, and she made an important statement in there. She said, when people get up in the morning and drive to work in Richmond, let's not drive to work in Richmond. Let's drive to work in Amelia County. Let's bring some business out here. Let's have something for these high school kids to stay in the county for instead of move out of the county. There is nothing here. If you have a kid that gets a job, they're not going to stay in this county. And there are some good kids that we have coming through the high school that are leaving this county that we're not going to see again. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Burton. All right, anybody else?
My name is Bobby Lights. Again, I'd like to congratulate everybody on the board and welcome you in. I want to tag onto what was just stated. I would like to see more business. I was a businessman here in Amelia County, and one of the things that I do see that goes against this county as far as revenue in the future is a monopoly that's down on 360. You got to go to Chesterfield or Powhatan or Nottoway to buy gas, because you can't buy gas at a price here where you can buy gas all the way around every county around. I bought fuel, and I've spent a lot of money doing it. But we got 1 or 2 people that owns all the gas stations out here. When you do that, you send everybody to the other counties to buy their gas, they can buy their groceries, they can buy everything somewhere else because they're already there. And again, if we do that, we bring the revenue back to the county, we bring jobs back to the county, we bring tax dollars back to the county. If we're spending them all in the other counties, we don't have the money here to do the stuff that we need to do for our schools, our roads, and these type things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice.
Grace Wyant. I just wanted to speak to the school situation. I saw in the paper, or I guess on Facebook yesterday, and it was just talking about how underfunded our schools are. And I am one of the teachers at the elementary school, and I can speak to the needs of our children. And I was just appalled that we are that far down in the state of Virginia. Our children deserve better. They are our future. We need to invest in our schools, and in doing so, we're going to bring more people into our community. We need to provide better trade for our kids. You know, we need to make this a county that these kids want to stay in, and that starts at the elementary school level and filters all the way up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard.
Mr. Chairman, what Ms. Wyant's referring to is a listing of all the school districts in Virginia, 140-ish, and we're 6th from the bottom in funding per student.
Anyone else?
I want to congratulate the two new guys and say hello. I'm not going to talk about guns tonight.
Give us your name.
That might be a good name. My name's Troy Carter. I live in Jetersville. Basically, I had stated something behind a post that Joe put on that Amelia, I don't think it should be for sale. And, you know, I've had a little time to think about it, and I've listened and watched Joe, and I guess I want to make sure we retain our apple pie, you know? Just kind of think about, you know, homegrown businesses like Sean's and a few others here they're talking about. I don't think we need the big box places that Chesterfield's going to be building all the way out here anyway. But I think we should talk about like a really community-based business, you know, things that are going to affect our community, like my little girl selling shaved ice and stuff like that. So I'm not against business, and I'm with Joe on that. You know, I've listened to him, and you know, and I thought about my statement that I had put on there that I don't want to see Amelia for sale, and I wanted to see Amelia prosper, but I guess I just wanted to make sure it stays with the rural charm of the county that we so love. You know, I want to see them cows and smell them. You know, because that's you know, it's why we're here. You know, and it's a bedroom community, and I don't want to lose the coziness and the love of our neighbors, and I want to know everybody. You know. And certainly we'll welcome new people to the county, but just kind of keep it cool and, you know, maybe make it more community-based businesses. That's all. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Carter. Anyone else? Going once? Going twice? All right, I'll close that portion of our agenda and go back to regular agenda. We're at staff committees, organizations, reports, and presentation. Oh, and by the way, the comments that you made were well taken. Moving on, but we were doing some recording while you were talking, and so those comments are not falling on deaf ears. We're at staff committees, organizations, and reports and presentations. We have the VDOT monthly status report. Mr. Kyle Bates is here to present the monthly status report of VDOT activities in the county. Welcome, sir.
All right. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you all, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, members of the board. I appreciate you all having me out here tonight. So I've got a PowerPoint here. I know it's behind you, but I believe you all do have some handouts here. All right, 2 of them. That's what I like to see. So we're going to start here with the other presentation. We're going to go through, so basically, you know, I wanted to take an opportunity to get up here. I haven't been here in a few months, and I know we have some new faces, and, you know, at least, you know, put my face out here and give you all some business cards. And, you know, I'm here, I'm obtainable, as is everybody else within the department. So, again, my name is Kyle Bates. I'm the resident engineer. I'm in Chesterfield residency, but responsible for Amelia County, Chesterfield County, and Powhatan counties. So tonight, what I really wanted to do is just kind of go through, I'm going to run through some of this stuff really quick and talk about a little bit about what VDOT can do in the area and what we have been doing recently. So with that being said, I also you know, want to give you all the opportunity afterwards to you know, after this meeting tonight, I can sit down with you all because we're going to talk about a lot of things like funding sources and things like that. And obviously, we don't want to dive too far into everything tonight. We'd be here all night. So, you know, I want to give you all the opportunity. If you want to sit down with me individually, absolutely, we can do that and kind of talk a little bit about what we've got available. So, with that, I'm going to go through this. Again, I'm going to kind of breeze through some of this. I know you all have a lot on the agenda tonight, but I'm going to start here. So talking a little bit about VDOT in the state. We're the 3rd largest state maintained highway system in the country. We have about 7,500 employees statewide with about 58,000 miles of pavement. We're made up into 9 VDOT districts. Obviously, you see the one in red there being Richmond District. That is, Amelia is part of that Richmond District. Within that district, we're made up of multiple residencies. This is Chesterfield residency. This is the residency that I'm responsible for. Within Chesterfield residency, we have 3 counties and 7 area headquarters, which makes up about 135 employees. These are your employees that are out there doing maintenance. They're the ones working at the area headquarters here in Amelia. And I also have residency staff in Chesterfield that handles a lot of our land use issues and pays our bills. But again, that's about 135 employees that are out keeping Virginia moving. Not to be too cheesy, but kind of how our organization's made up when it comes to the residency. Like I said, I'm the resident engineer, but I have a staff of direct reports of about 5 people, and they all handle very different things. And if we do have an opportunity to sit down and talk, like I said, about some of the different funding sources, these are some of the people that may be at those meetings. I've got my land use engineer, Adam Wilkerson, who is responsible for anything coming into the state system. So that could be a new road or a new subdivision or potentially a new business that's connecting to a state road. Any kind of permit, any work within the right-of-way all goes through Adam's section. Rebecca is in charge of a lot of our construction projects. She helps do our rural rustic projects, which is a term that we'll talk more and more about over the years. Amelia we've done 2 rural rustic projects here within the last year. And additionally, we have one more coming in 2021 through the secondary 6-year plan. So again, more to come on many of those items, but we also do things like build turn lanes or extend turn lanes. She's in charge of any of those things that have to do with state forces. Not some of your larger construction projects, but the ones that we kind of handle in-house with local funds. Lee McKnight, he is our assistant. He's my assistant residency administrator for maintenance. These, again, the staff that reports up through him, these are the people that are out mowing your grass, removing the snow, patching the potholes, all the good things that you see them doing out there every day. Additionally, we have an incident management coordinator in Bruce McFadden. Bruce is the gentleman who's going to be coming out to some of the accidents on our primary routes. He does interstates as well, but luckily in this area we don't have to deal with that. But he's the guy that's on call 24/7 that will come out to any and all accidents that need VDOT response. And then we have an administrative assistant in Carol who handles a lot of our customer service aspects. So we've got a lot of improvement to do, and I think we've come a long way in a lot of our customer service aspect within the residency. But we get a lot of work orders. I want to say the last I checked, on a daily basis in our residency, we get between 40 to 50 work orders in a day. So it's a lot to keep up with. But that being said, we do a pretty decent job at trying to get back with the customers and at least provide comments back to them. So moving to the next one, just in the Chesterfield residency in this area, we maintain 6,000 or so lane miles. The most notable being the primary miles, 280 lane miles, and secondary, 4,894 lane miles. So for 135 people, that's a lot of miles to maintain. We have about 510 structures and bridges, and we have the 2nd largest road network in Virginia in this residency, in Chesterfield residency with those 3 counties. So some of the maintenance services that our staff are providing, we do your mowing on your primaries and secondaries, site distance improvements, which should be noted, site distance improvements for state routes. We don't necessarily maintain site distance for private entrances. That being said, we do maintain the side of the roadway. Drainage improvements, we don't like water sitting on the road especially. That's a big problem for us. So if you see that, I highly recommend putting in a service request or calling us directly. That's something we need to put eyes on immediately, because especially this time of year with some of those cold temperatures, if that water freezes, that could be an issue. So we need to know about those things, and we do utilize the public and you all to know about the issues. My guys are out there riding every day, but we absolutely need as much as we can get. Pavement repairs, any kind of dig outs, base failures, anything on the road that needs to be repaired. Concretes and sidewalks, these are concretes and sidewalk structures that are within the right-of-way. We do maintain those. Snow removal, that's a hot topic. I've got a whole slide for that. That's one that we're looking at mobilizing potentially for Friday night right now, even on a state holiday. We do what we need to do to get the snow off the road, but more to come on that. Incident response, like I said, we have staff available 24/7 for incident response if needed. And then we have a lot of our state force construction that I already talked about that Rebecca and her group handles. These are your building your rural rustics, which are prioritized by the county, utilizing secondary 6-year plan funds. And then any state force construction, which again, we can use secondary 6-year plan funds, or VDOT has some county safety improvement funds. So anything, there's many different funding sources that we can discuss. So going to VDOT snow removal, like I said, it's a 24/7 operation. We obviously, like any organization, have a budget, but when snow comes, we will get the snow off the road. That is a promise. So we no matter what the budget situation is leading into the winter, it is our top priority to keep the roads safe. So we have approximately 180 pieces of equipment, state forces and contractors within the Chesterfield residency. We pre-treat before storms. So when you see those white lines on the road on 360, which you should see those before storms that do not start with rain or wet, any kind of wet accumulation coming down. Otherwise, that salt brine will just wash right off the road and it's not doing any good. It's just waste. So for the ones that are going to start as snow, that's when you see those lines, and you all may get questions about what those lines are. It is a mixture of salt and water. It is brine, and it prevents, it pushes back the response time on a VDOT standpoint because it keeps the snow from bonding to the surface of the road. It buys us some time. We do that on bridges, overpasses, and the critical routes being 360, our primary routes. Priority designations. Obviously, we make the primaries and the interstate our top priority for us. Our high volume secondaries, we come to those usually after the primary routes. We start with your high volume secondaries. And when I say primaries and secondaries, to define those are anything with a route number. Secondaries are 600 route numbers and above. Anything below that, like your 360 or 60, things like that, obviously a different county, but any of those routes are going to be your primary routes. The low volume secondaries and subdivision streets, we do get to those after we hit those high volume secondaries. Our goal is to make all roadways passable within 48 hours after the end of the storm. Now, that's after the end of the storm, but when I say passable, the biggest thing for us is to make sure those emergency services can get to where they need to go on a state route. So it might not be bare pavement from shoulder to shoulder, but if we have 11 to 12 feet or so that emergency services can access the houses, that is our goal. So incident management, we also talked about that. There's no interstates in this area. We have some programs for overturned tractor trailers and things like that on the interstate through our TRIP program. But the biggest thing is that we are here and we will respond. Any incident that we need to, whether it's the sheriff's department or fire department, when they call into our traffic operations center, they dispatch us, we are there. When it comes to VDOT paving, so obviously this is, everyone perks up on this one. So, we get about $8 to $9 million or so every year for secondary paving. Secondary paving is one of the ones that we're really trying to focus on. We prioritize our paving routes based off of ratings. We have a vehicle that goes out into the wild, we'll say, to ride every single road in the state of Virginia and give us data as far as not just things that you can see, but subsurface data as well. We check those pavement ratings, and then even more so than that, probably the biggest thing is field reviews. My staff is out on the road reviewing their roads on a daily basis. If we had all the money in the world, we'd do all the routes. So we are confined by a budget. So there are some things we have to do for preventative maintenance to hold them over even longer. But I have an Amelia specific thing at the end that we can go through. But we are working to get our 2020 schedule prioritized, and I can distribute that out to you all as we get that within the next couple months. We have a great link here that shows our paving schedule for the 2019 season, which is already complete, but the 2020 season will be uploaded to this shortly. Our pavement ratings are available. They're at that website that you see right there on this slideshow. So when it comes to mowing, we don't do it all with state forces. We also have contract mowing. We supplement our state forces with contracts because that allows us to go and do some other things that we need to do. We try and do some ditching and tree trimming ahead of our paving schedules because I don't want to put down a brand new mat of asphalt and then have water sitting on the side of the road because that's not good for anybody and it makes us all look silly. So we do a good job of trying to get ahead of the paving schedule. That's how we prioritize and plan our work. We also use what's called as a plant growth regulator. That pushes back some of the mowing cycles. So for instance, we use it a lot on our primaries. It prevents us from having to go out and mow as quickly. So whereas we might go out on the primaries and mow 3 cycles, which is typically our goal, we might be able to get away with 1 to 2 cycles because of the plant growth regulator. So that's something that we've used throughout the residency and throughout the state as well. Some of our contracts that we have available, not just state forces, we've got mowing contracts as we discussed. We have contractors go out and do asphalt paving and patching. We do pothole repair. We have tree removal and tree trimming, incidental concrete, sweeping for some of our routes that may have curb and gutter, stormwater basin maintenance. It's important for us to keep those up as time goes on. And then drop inlet and pipe cleaning. A lot of drop inlets may be out of sight, but they are definitely not out of mind. We have to make sure we inspect those because if they're not cleaned out, that water is going to then sit on the road. And as we discussed, that's not something we're looking for. When it comes to engineering services, we've got speed studies, safety studies, operational analysis, pavement markings, hydraulic analysis, sizing pipes, and then as I discussed earlier, the land use, which is going to be any kind of new entrances, subdivisions, or site plan reviews. So all of these are available in-house within the Chesterfield residency. Like I said, if there are any areas that we need to take a look at, we can absolutely do that. One being the issue that the one woman had brought up about 360. So, and to dive into that for a quick second, we've presented that to our traffic engineering staff. Now, Mr. Scott, I know you had given me a study that was done a while back, and we found the same thing in our records about a speed study within the area of, I believe it's Superior Way and 360. We are looking at that study. Yes. Yeah, so we are looking at that area. What I've asked them to do, we did a speed study in 2018. It showed that average traffic is going 61 miles an hour through the 55, but there was not a lot of crashes in that area. That being said, things change. So what I've asked our traffic engineering section to do is take a look at maybe if there's any crashes that may have changed within the last couple of years. Obviously, the one that she's referring to, which we have pulled the crash data on. So if conditions have changed, maybe it's time that we need to do another study in that area. So we'll review the crash data and see what that says, and then maybe we need to go back and revisit that. So I also have just a few slides on here about some specific things here in Amelia. This is and really this whole report, this is not something I plan to do every time I come and see you all. I don't need to go through all this every time, but I would like to go through some of the Amelia specific items. Because these are the ones that everybody's going to care about. When it comes to pavement management, our primary miles within the county, 114 lane miles, and our secondary lane miles are 733. A lot of lane miles in Amelia. Our 2019 schedule is there for you to look at. These are some of the areas that were done this year. They all should be completed at this point. Like I said, we're currently working on our 2020 schedule, and I look to have that distributed to you all soon. And there should be a lot of maintenance work that goes on ahead of that 2020 schedule, as our plan states. When it comes to the bridges, we have 80 total structures within Amelia County. It's a lot of bridges, a lot of structures. 14 of those bridges are posted, 3 of which are listed here are planned for construction. Route 630 over Nibbs Creek, Route 632 over Horsepin Branch, and Route 615 over Deep Creek. And there are a couple other bridges that I wanted to bring up as well that have some some impact on the county. They're right there at the Powhatan Amelia area line. So Route 681 Clementown. Now up here it says, I think you all got your monthly board report, and it said that that was supposed to go forward at a certain time, but we just got our bids back on the 681 bridge, and that was a very high bid, so we have recommended denial. That being said, we're going to take the contract, we're going to take another look at it, and see if we can put this back out and get a better bid price. The Route 13 Old Buckingham Road over Sally Creek is still moving ahead. We're hoping to begin construction in March of 2020, and that should last about 6 months. These are detoured routes, so this is going to be important. We will give this information to you all as when the dates get closer. It's going to be important that we coordinate with emergency services, schools if they're in session. All of that information will come to you all, along with some of our bridge ratings as well. I have another presentation that should only be a few minutes that I'd like to touch a little bit more on some of the bridge inspections. So Amelia County as a whole, we're using some state of good repair funds for the Route 360 westbound and eastbound bridge replacements over 360 business. Construction is slated to begin in December of 2020. We don't have any smart scale or revenue sharing applications that were put forward. Again, these are things that we can discuss at a later date to dive into what kind of projects we would be submitting for smart scale and revenue sharing. We did have a TAP application that was put forward. I think it's still being screened. I don't think we've heard anything back quite yet. This is for the sidewalks within the area of the schools. And then additional secondary 6-year plan funds. This is where we get a lot of our work done, especially in Amelia County. Poorhouse Road and Selma Road, these are two rural rustics that were hard surface, taken from a gravel road to a hard surface road this year, both of which are complete. In 2021, we're looking to do the same thing with Buckskin Creek, once those funds are available in the secondary 6-year plan approved by the Board of Supervisors. So that's one of the roads that's coming to, it's going to be hard surface in y'all's area. So that's going to be a great thing when it happens. Some resources that I've got here, and these are great for anybody. Our Virginia traffic information, VDOT 511, that gives you real-time traffic. It talks to Waze, it talks to Google Maps. We use that. We put in our conditions, our roadway conditions during our storms. If we have closures because, say, there's a hurricane and we have roads wash out, all of this information is uploaded into 511. It's a great tool for anybody. The Board of Supervisors manual, which when we meet together one-on-one, I can provide you all a copy of that if you would like. Here's the link to it. This will give you a lot of information as far as what kind of resources are out there for funding for different projects. Smart Scale being a big one. Here's the Smart Scale, the internet address here that will take you to the Smart Scale portal and show you some of the projects and the ability to apply for some of those projects, which we work with your county staff on. And then the biggest one I would say is probably the Reporter Road problem. All of these work orders that go in through this Reporter Road problem go directly to the area headquarters in Amelia. They go through my office, I see them, and they go through the area headquarters. There's no reason that they should not be touched, and there's no reason they shouldn't be looked at. If there is, you give me a call directly. So with that, the other way to do this is through the 1-800-4ROAD number. That's another good way to report a roadway issue, which I recommend. Like I said, we utilize eyes out on the road just as much as we utilize our own people. So I would highly encourage any constituent to put that in. It also helps us track our work. We have to come up with a plan and implement that plan based off of where the needs are, and this is a lot of the way that we find out what those needs are, in fact. So with that, the only other presentation that I had, I think if we can switch them up here, I wanted to make you all aware of some items that are coming down to the department from the FHWA. So if we could get that other presentation brought up. There it is, and works quick. So special hauling vehicles. Over the last 20 years, commercial truck manufacturers have developed freight vehicles with 4+ axles carrying up to 40 tons legally, depending on axle spacing. So the FHWA has come to all state DOTs throughout the nation and said we need to relook at all of our bridges, because these bridges that, when we changed our standards back in '07, they were not designed necessarily for these special hauling vehicles. So as such, the department, and again, this is not just VDOT, this is nationwide. The department has had to go and take a look at every structure within the state of Virginia to re-inspect and see how they are posted now versus how they actually need to be posted based off of these axle spacings for our special hauling vehicles. And you can see a difference in the picture there. You have your typical hauling vehicle on the left of the page, and you have your special hauling vehicle with a lot more axles on the right. So we've had to go through all of these and re-inspect. Of most of them, we did not have to do any action on. And as of now, we haven't done anything. But what's coming is we have, I believe, 5 bridges within the county of Amelia, 606 over, I believe, Branch, I'm not going to try to pronounce that, Witticomic Creek. That's the best thing I can try. We have 620 Stock Creek, 636 over Flat Creek, 644 over Flat Creek, and 658 over, I believe it is Vons Creek. So these are bridges that are not posted now that will be posted. So it's a big deal because obviously you have a lot of commerce that's coming through this area. You have businesses, and most importantly, I'd say, is emergency vehicles and school transportation. So all of these bridges are going to be posted with a particular weight limit. What my plan is, I wanted to make you all aware of this as of now. It's important that VDOT posts these things because we don't want to run into an issue where we have a deteriorating bridge and have to close the entire road. So we post the bridge to keep from having to do that. So what my plan is over the next year, we have to have them all posted by, I believe, the end of the year 2020. So throughout the year, I will be sending some emails to your county staff and to the board members to give you updates as far as when we're posting them and what the postings are. I'm going to also include school transportation and local fire and things like that to make sure that we hit all of those points. But if there's some businesses that we need to discuss with that are within the area, we can absolutely do the outreach there. I just wanted to make you all aware of it as of now. That's really all this is. And more to come on that as we get closer to the date and throughout the year. But none of these will be posted until we send emails out with notifications to everybody. So with that is all in my presentation. I like I said, I just wanted to get up here and say hello. And if there's anything you all have for me, I know I definitely have written down the 2 issues that we talked about, the shoulders on 609, and then we'll continue to look at the speed study on 360 near Superior Way. But if there's anything else, I can take some questions or
Board members.
Yeah. Thank you for noting the 2 items that people spoke about. I appreciate that. It's my understanding that we as a board don't have any direct authority over those type situations. Is that correct in general?
When you say authority, it's state tax dollars that we're utilizing. But
for example, we cannot dictate that you do a speed study. We cannot dictate that you fix a certain road section or anything like that, correct?
Correct. But that being said, it doesn't mean it can't happen. So, if you all, we need to know about things. I tell my staff this all the time, but if I don't know about issues, I can't fix them. So, and while I'd love to say I'm out here every day, it doesn't happen like that. So I very much rely on you all to help with those endeavors. So please, if you all are getting things from your constituents, call me.
Good. That's where I'm going with that. You mentioned on slide 8 the TRIP program. I'm not sure I understood what that was.
So the TRIP program is mostly going to be for the interstates, and all that does is, which again, Amelia, we don't have that, but
Yeah, in that case,
it's for overturned tractor trailers. We created an incentive program for the wreckers to get out there and remove them faster, and if they do it within a certain amount of time, they get a little bonus check. And it has cleared up our response time on our interstates tremendously. We were actually the pilot district to do this in Richmond. I think a lot of other districts have taken note and are beginning to do some similar things. But
Thank you. And then my last comment is one of the things that I've heard from constituents over the last fall and even into January then is that it seems like they feel, and I agree with this too, 360 itself gets paved extremely frequently, even before there seems to be any kind of problems, et cetera. And yet we have a lot of secondary roads that appear to deteriorate past
absolutely.
what people consider very, very safe. Understand 360 is the primary, yes, but it does. I'm just going to share an observation that it appears it's being done even more frequently than people would feel is necessary to the sacrifice of the secondary roads, which are secondary but are traveled extensively through the county.
Absolutely. So when it comes to the prioritization of the primaries and the secondaries, we get a certain amount of funding in this residency that we then prioritize. We based off of percentages given to us from our central office. We actually had a discussion today, and this is something that they're looking at statewide, because while you say that on the primary, it's also the same on the interstate. Our interstates are getting paved pretty frequently. So we've actually taken a look as a state and are looking to adjust some of those numbers. And I think it's going to give more priority to the secondaries, because I think for a long time, some of the secondaries have been forgotten about. And it's something that we are hurting for. My maintenance budget hurts for it, because we have to then go out and preventative maintenance, and you're just putting Band-Aids on things. So it's not a good practice. So we are looking to put more money to some of our secondaries. There are different types of pavement options that we can look at. I would love to put plant mix asphalt down everywhere, but that money does not go very far when you talk about $9 million. I want to say the last figure I saw was about $250,000 a lane mile, or between $200,000 and $250,000 a lane mile for asphalt plant mix. So when you talk about that money doesn't go very far all of a sudden. So we look at some other options like surface treatment or Cape Seal or slurry. And again, these are things we can all discuss at a later date, but we need to do a little bit more preventative maintenance on our secondaries to hold some of them over longer. Otherwise, they get forgotten about and they deteriorate. So I would very much agree with you. And I think that's something as a state that we're looking to kind of pivot and put some more money towards our secondary roadways.
I think I can speak for most of our citizens that they're not happy with the growth inhibitor on 360. They just want them mowed.
I'm sorry, the what?
The medians on 360, they'd like to have them mowed. The growth inhibitor, it comes up, it falls, it looks trashy, and we've had some complaints at the board meetings late in the summer over this exact thing. So just making you aware of what it looks like.
Understood. We've had those conversations within the residency. We very much mow for safety and operational purposes, and we try and do so the cheapest way that we can. And we have used that growth inhibitor, but it was a conversation that we've been having recently, because it is not the most sightly thing in the world, but it does keep us from having to go out and expend multiple funds of mowing, cycles of mowing. We can then take that money and do other things with it within the county, like fix pavement, anything and everything. We've got a lot of items that are on our plan that we don't get to because of budgetary reasons. So it's nice when we can save money to, but that being said, we will keep 360 mode. That is a promise. So we're taking another look at the growth inhibitor. In fact, we had a conversation today about that, because I did hear some concerns at some of the previous board meetings. It's a conversation that we're having, and we'll let you know before the mowing season.
One question on the speed studies.
Yes, sir.
I understand how they work. I read the one that I gave you that we got 2 years ago. Why is it that we can't just say we want to lower it from 55 to 45?
Well, a lot of
I know we
times,
can't mandate it, but is it only statistics that will dictate that, or?
so when we do our speed studies, we do what's called the 85th percentile. So when they go out and they do that speed study, they look to see what people are traveling and if they are traveling it safely. Now, obviously, you do have accidents and incidents on every road, and some of them have some pretty extenuating circumstances. Some of them do not. Some of them are driver error. Some of them they're inebriated. There's many things that go into a crash report that we actually run the FR 300, I believe it's called. and take a look at those. But we take what the 85% of the traffic is traveling, and are they traveling it safely? In this study that we did back in 2018, it showed that most people were traveling 61 miles an hour. 85% of the traffic was doing that.
Which is 6 miles over the speed limit.
Correct. And so at that point, we can recommend, I can put the speed limit down to 25, but at the end of the day, people are going to drive what the road, what they feel like it should be. So that's something that, we can partner with the sheriff's department, and maybe there's some different things that we can do to try and enforce in the area. Maybe we can help out with that. We don't like to make the speed limit lower than it should. When we do a speed study, this is something that's signed and sealed by a professional engineer, saying that this is the safe speed to go on this roadway. If they're going too slow, you might run into other issues. You could have rear end accidents, or people could misinterpret the speed as they pull out. So there's many other things to take a look at in a speed study. But like I said, we'll take a look at the crash data in this area. And if there's been a big change in the last couple years since the study in 2018, maybe we do need to take another look at it.
There will be a significant increase because of the flashing yellow arrows at Food Line too. So between that and this other accident, I think you're going to see a big uptick.
Anyone else? All right, very informative. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. I appreciate it. I've got some business cards here that I'm going to leave for you all. If I could.
All right, the next item on the agenda is that of school board. Let's give Mr. Bates a hand. It was good. That was a good presentation. Very informative. Very informative. Amelia County Superintendent will give us an update on school activities, the MOU, job position, and MOU for IT services will be discussed also.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the board, and Happy New Year. Ms. Bullock and I are here this evening to present our current finance report for Amelia County Public Schools and to present a few requests. First of all, our end of December enrollment was 1655, and our ADM is 1649. As some of you are seated for your first official meeting, I would just like to remind the board that our fiscal 20 budget was built on an ADM of 1663. Ms. Bullock?
CPS recently received an award for a security grant in the amount of $1,968. This grant requires a local match of 25% or $492, which we would pull from an existing budget line. We are seeking your approval to add the $1,968 appropriation to our fiscal 20 budget.
I'm sorry, a little bit louder.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better?
There you go.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So ACPS recently received an award for a security grant in the amount of $1,968. This grant requires a local match of 25% or $492, which we will pull from an existing budget line. We are seeking your approval to add the $1,968 appropriation to our fiscal 20 budget.
Move to approve.
Okay. Thank you. Your motion is for that amount to be approved, and I got a motion to approve.
And to be clear, there's no addition, right, because to be clear, there's no additional funds from the county. It's just appropriating that when those funds come in from the grant, that they be passed to the school.
That's right. We're not asking any additional funding.
Got a motion, further discussion of the motion. Motion approved. Not all those in favor, let it be known by the use of aye.
Aye.
Opposed, ayes have it, motion is carried.
Thank you. In your board packet, you also have the ACPS financial report for December. We are currently halfway through the fiscal year with year-to-date revenues and expenditures aligned and below 50% of budget.
So we have 3 additional requests for you this evening. Our first request is regarding carryover funds. Amelia County Public Schools respectfully request return of $755,800 from the 2018-2019 school year end-of-year balance. In so requesting, I would like to share with you 2 points. The first point is why we believe that we had this sum of money at the end of the school year, and the second point includes the lengthy list of needs that we currently have. So some of our reasons for the 18-19 carryover funds. Amelia County Public Schools Finance Manager, Carly Bullock, and I were on the job for only 3 months before the end of the 18-19 school year. During that time, we became aware of the fact that not all purchase orders were consistently logged into the RDA financial management system, meaning bills could have been received for items that we were not aware of. This issue has been corrected. However, knowing recent past issues for the school division, we chose to be conservative and not spend any money other than what was absolutely needed for salaries, benefits, and essential operations. In other words, we were extremely conservative. Amelia County Public Schools had also received carryover money from the 17-18 school year in the amount of $308,091, and that money was not spent. In addition, we received an additional $62,895 from the state for an increase in ADM beyond our original budget. This money was eligible for carryover to the current school year because it had not been spent, and we appreciate the fact that the Board of Supervisors has already returned these funds to Amelia County Public Schools in accordance with Virginia Chapter 854, 2019 Acts of Assembly. Finally, ACPS health insurance participation experienced a 1-year decline in saving $293,141. This is not the case for the current year, in which we've seen an increase in participation costing approximately $250,000. You should have a summary of this that was provided to you. If you add the 17-18 carryover, the additional unexpected state revenue, and the unexpected decrease in health insurance participation, you get $664,127. If these 3 things had not happened last year, the year-end balance for ACPS would have been $54,568. So, why are we asking for this money? Well, obviously, we have needs that have not been met. But one of these needs is this year's decline in ADM. So as I mentioned a moment ago, our current budget is based on our current ADM of 1663. However, that is not what ADM we are seeing at the present time. Our decline in enrollment is greater than anticipated. And so we anticipate a loss in state revenue of approximately $103,180. When a school division has a loss of students, this loss occurs over 13 grades. Therefore, a reduction in staff isn't always possible because in order to meet standards of quality, we must operate within the specified student-to-teacher class ratios. And obviously, all of the loss of students wouldn't be at 1 grade where we could reduce staffing by 1 teacher. Another need is to extend the parking lot at the elementary school to add gravel to space between the current lot and the road, which is regularly used by parents of elementary school students and families using the Parks and Rec field behind the elementary school. Amelia County Public Schools has other needs that over the past few years have not been addressed. The longer we wait to address these needs, the worse some of them will get. For example, roof repairs needed at all 3 schools, a shortage of vehicles, both cars and buses, for transporting students and staff, a driver's education vehicle with over 300,000 miles on it and HVAC issues at the middle school, sidewalk issues at all 3 schools, and a whole host of other needs not currently in our budget. So the list of needs is not all inclusive. Some issues we've had to address already, reducing the availability of funds to meet maintenance and transportation needs for the remainder of the school year. So, as we demonstrated during the last 3 months of the 18-19 fiscal year, and continue to demonstrate, we are good stewards of county funds. We request a return of $655,800 in carryover funds to meet some of the ever-growing needs of Amelia County Public Schools. Thank you for your consideration of this particular request.
Board members have any questions? Sure.
Your list has $728,880 on it. Why are you asking for only $655?
Our end of the year return of funds to the county was $718,000.
695.
Thank you, $695.
It's
And
summarized
we
on
have-
this sheet. If you
Yes,
look
sir.
at this one, it's the difference here. It's the difference in what's already been provided back.
That was the last year's carryover, and we've already received 62,000 of that. And so that is why we are asking for the remaining balance of $655,800.
All right.
Yeah, I have a couple comments, maybe no questions. One, I think the list that you provided us, but I don't think the public is able to see at this point, is very clear about all of the individual items that you're looking to spend the money on and the reason why. And I want to thank you for that clarity, number one. I think that's something that we've heard loud and clear from the citizens, is wanting very clear, I'll use the word again, ideas of where the money is being spent. I'd also like to then ask, I guess, the county administrator, will these that are coming from the school board, will they be added to the board pack that's then made available to the citizens after the meeting? If not, I would request that they would, just because they're very clear. I think they're helpful to explain what we are.
We can do whatever anybody wants to do, but if we add something to the board book after the meeting, then the citizens will see something that the board members may not have had during the meeting. Is that a problem?
But it was given to all of us before the meeting started, right? I'm just clarifying.
Mr. Easter, this is on the school board board docs. It's available to the public. It was presented at the school board meeting last night.
Yes, I was there and familiar. I just think we should add it. And then, sorry, I lost the sheet of that. I just want to clarify for everyone in attendance, to make sure it's understood that you're not requesting any additional money over what was already budgeted before. This is requesting to allocate the unspent money from last time so that you can go ahead and use it. And I think that's a good practice, because if we do not get in the habit of allowing the total budget to be spent, then it provides you no incentive to actually reduce spending, conserve costs, et cetera. So I applaud the schools for being conservative with the spending, as Ms. Bullock pointed out as well, and think it makes sense then to ask, clarifying again for the citizens, that this is not additional money, but just to use the money that was unspent from the previous budget. And also, for anyone who was not here last month, I think it's relevant that the Commonwealth's attorney gave a good presentation confirming that he believes, as you both said, that there are strong financial controls in place at this point, which is different from the past when you were not here. And many of the items, when we look through them, I believe reflect what I would call deferred maintenance items that I think are actually very unfortunate that you are in a position to have to come and ask for. And I think that it reflects the current level of funding. And so I don't see anything on here that appears to be excessive or an unrealistic need. Thank you.
The request is to approve the carryover money and the return of the carryover money in the amount of $655,800, correct?
Yes, sir.
Questions? What's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Got a motion to approve. Further discussion on the motion? Not all those in favor, let it be known by the use of sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, the motion is carried.
Thank you, members of the board. We appreciate it. There are two other items that are on the agenda, and I believe that there was a motion made earlier to move something before these, so I will defer to the board and then continue when you're ready.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's the amendment I asked for, and I would like to suggest that we terminate the current MOU and hand over the finances back to the school with 30 days from today, which will give them time to convert the county's employees to school employees.
All right, is that a motion?
Yes, sir, that's a motion.
That's a motion. Board members are familiar with the motion? All right. Further discussion on the motion? Not all those in favor of the motion, let it be known by the usual sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, the motion is carried.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. On behalf of the school board and myself, we appreciate your confidence in us, and we look forward to many years of continued cooperation between our boards.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Dr. Harper, I would request that when you come to this board meeting every month to give your update, that you give an update on where the status is on these items on this list. I know once we give you the money, we can't control what you do with it, but you're telling us you're going to do all this. I'd like you to show us what's done and when.
Absolutely. I believe in transparency. I believe I've demonstrated that, and I'm more than happy to report to you, as we will report to the school board, on the status of these items.
Thank you so much.
So the final item you have is MOU for technology services. The Amelia County Administration has requested that the public schools provide technology support services. The county has requested that these services be provided on an as-needed basis, with the understanding that school division needs must have first priority for technology support services. The MOU provided for your review and approval has been approved by the Amelia County School Board.
All right. Questions or comments from board members?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my understanding is the language of the MOU has been reviewed by the attorney. That's not accurate.
Has been reviewed by the school board's attorney.
Do you have any concerns with it, Mr. Gore? Do you have?
In other words, the recommendation has been made, but you have not seen the MOU yet. Okay, so. All right. What kind of time frame are you talking about? That's a big miss. Right.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
would it be out of line to get a motion to approve it pending approval of the county attorney?
We can do that. All right. What's the pleasure of the board?
Mr. Chairman, one point. There's an issue on the agenda actually for later about confidentiality agreements for access to data within the county's computer systems, and I don't know if it's covered in the thing. I didn't look for that, but if the IT staff from the schools is going to be getting into county data, especially taxpayer information, you're going to have to sign a confidentiality agreement. Is that going to be a problem?
Again, as council reviews the MOU, I'm sure you'll point that out, make sure that occurs. Further discussion on the motion?
You don't have a motion?
I need a motion.
I move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
All right, got a motion to approve.
Just, I'm not sure which motion.
Take your action.
The statement is to approve the MOU contingent upon review of our attorney, or successful review of our attorney.
All right. Sorry about that. Thank you. Appreciate that. Further discussion on the motion? Not all those in favor, then let it be known by the usual sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Ayes have it, the motion is carried. Thank you all very much. Thank you for getting through that. All right, Commonwealth Regional Council, Melody Foster, present a membership dues refund to Amelia County.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Yes.
I'm Melody Foster, Commonwealth Regional Council Executive Director. You should see probably each month in your board packet a report from our agency on the activities that we've been involved in. We've assisted Amelia County a couple of times on different projects. I'm happy to say that in 2017, we updated our membership dues policy, and as a part of that policy, we started providing grant writing for free. And then we also set a goal for our cash fund balance to exceed $500,000. And if it exceeded that amount, the policy stated that we would return that to our member localities. And there are 5 counties that are a member of the Commonwealth Regional Council. As of June 30th, our audit showed that we did exceed that amount. That's the first time we've done that since we set this policy. So Amelia County will be receiving a check for $4,830.60. I have the check with me here tonight to present to you. One thing we have pointed out to all of the counties is that you can so choose to reinvest this amount with the Commonwealth Regional Council based on our performance in the past. And I will say that we have had one county choose to reinvest with the council, and another one who is considering doing that also. But I do have the check with me tonight to present to you. I'm going to give it to Mr. Harvey. And I'll be glad to answer any questions. I also want to say Mr. Gleason serves on our council, and Mr. Harvey attends most of our meetings as well as the county administrator. I know earlier when you did committee appointments, and Mr. Harvey can help me with this, who is the alternate on the CRC? I believe it was Mr. Whitaker. I couldn't go from memory though, so that might be something you want to consider as you don't have an alternate. But I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Questions, comments?
Mr. Whitaker was the alternate, but he never made a meeting because Mr. Gleason never missed one.
That's true. That's true.
May I ask, is an alternate required? There had not been one listed on our.
It's a good idea to have an alternate, just in case someone can't attend, but that's perfectly, up to you. And in our policy, it does allow the county administrator to be an alternate.
Yes.
Sure. I'd like to turn the money back to reinvest it. We've done this well this far, and I think we can do much better next time.
All right, got a motion to return the $4,830.80.
I'd like to say,
back to reinvest that with the council itself. That's the motion.
I'd like to second that motion. I've heard very good feedback from about the Commonwealth Regional Council, and in meeting with several of the county departments, seen evidence of great work produced in partnership.
Doesn't need a second. Further discussion on the motion. Appreciate your comments. Further discussion on the motion. Not all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of aye. Aye. Those opposed, ayes have it, the motion is carried. I've got to give it back to you.
If you, you can handle that however you want to. If you want to deposit it and send us a check, or hand it.
We'll figure it out.
There was a mention of having an alternate to serve on that council. Do we have a board member who volunteered to serve as the alternate?
I volunteer, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Mr. Scott will volunteer to be the alternate.
I'd like to say something with CRC.
Sure.
Ms. Foster. Okay. Since she's taken over, she has done, the CRC has done a phenomenal job. One of her employees just received his master's degree, and we rewarded him for that. At one time, it was a giving organization. Now it's strong, it's vibrant, and it's excellent leadership. Just wanted to relay that to you.
Thank you, Mr. Gleason. Sounds good. Do we need to vote on the alternate?
I think so. Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
All right, Mr.
I'm sorry, can someone just clarify? We said earlier we did not have to vote on committee appointments earlier. Why do we need to vote on the alternate when we didn't vote on the rest?
That's what we did say.
Yeah.
All right. No, no, it said it had to be. Okay, so, Mr. Scott is for somebody else. If there's no objection from the board, okay? All right. New personnel introductions, item number 4. Board will introduce new county employees.
Okay. It's my pleasure, and if you all will come up to the podium, please. We've got Emily Gibbs. We've got Tammy Wright. Patty, I guess you want to come up with them, please. Patty Avery. Patty is our senior landfill inspector and runs the environmental department. And she's got a new employee under her wing, Emily Gibbs. Emily came to us from Piedmont Soil and Water Conservation District. And Patty, I'll let you give any other introduction if you'd like to.
Emily came to us from Piedmont Soil and Water Conservation in Farmville, and she's a lifelong Nottaway County resident. Her primary responsibilities will be stormwater control, erosion and sediment control, and biosolids monitoring. She will also be assisting with oversight of the landfill, code enforcement, and recycling and litter control activities. So if y'all have any questions about any environmental issues, feel free to contact either me or Emily.
All right. That's it?
And the second lady up there is Tammy Wright. Tammy is in our finance department. Tammy is working mainly with AP, but Tammy lives over in Chesterfield, right at the Powhatan line. She's worked for Amelia for, I'm not going to say how many years, but she's been with a constitutional officer, and we poached her from social services. And we're delighted to have her, Tammy Wright.
Welcome to all.
Welcome aboard. Thank you, Patty. All right. Next item under old business, we've got a committee appointments. Social Services Board 4-year term. Becky Morris' term expires December 31st, 2019. She's not eligible for reappointment. Does any,
Mr. Chairman, we do not have a recommendation for that, but point out again, we do not have any 360 on that board, except for the lady who lives beside the elementary school. So we really have nobody from the lower end of the county help get the word out about our programs, tell us about the needs in their neighborhoods.
all right. Yes.
Why is it that she's not eligible? Is there something in the bylaws that restricts?
I think it's 2 terms.
2 terms.
Can that be changed? State law. Okay. So,
All right, it's duly noted, and we'll try to let them know that is vacant. We'll try to fill it. All right. Spring Green Cleanup Resolution. Department of Environmental Management will present a.
I'm sorry, Joe. I had a couple more questions, Mr.
Oh, I'm
Chairman,
sorry.
on the committee assignment appointments.
Sorry.
I just had some questions on whether or not we could change the rules on the Amelia Day Committee to have at-large members rather than members from different districts, because we're having trouble filling out that committee, and there's not a good attendance of the people who are on it. And I have people in my district who want to get on it, but I already have 2. So I think we should open it up to whoever wants to be on it, basically. What would have to happen to make that? Okay.
Mr. Gore, what does it take to change the makeup of the Amelia Day Committee? Just board action?
It's not just a creative committee, right? It's a committee of the board. It's just a county
Yeah. It's not some nonprofit or a citizen. That's correct.
And we appoint.
It's the board's policy that you can change by vote.
All right, then I move that we change the Amelia Day Committee rules to allow at-large members.
Makes sense. All right, the motion is on the floor. Questions or comments? Not all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, the motion is carried.
Okay, my next question was, the IDA committee currently has 7 members. Some districts have 2, some have 1. And I would like to, I don't know if we can mandate it or ask the IDA, but to increase, to consider increasing the membership from 7 to 10, so there would be 2 from each district.
Council, what, can we do that?
I think you can do that until you might. I don't think there's a limit in this part of the code on membership, but I will, after, it's a caveat that my phone just died and I can't pull up the code. I don't know offhand if there's a membership. Because I think there's different provisions for different counties. There's not a special provision for Amelia County, so it's whatever the default rules are in the statute. Again, I'm not sure that 10 would exceed, only 10 would exceed any limit that the statute said. It's fine if I back out so much of that, but I think 10 members is fine.
And
You do not have to be appointed by district. That's a local practice. That's not what the statute requires. Right, so they're at large in your bylaws.
I think increasing the,
Except
I think
when I wanted
increasing
to
the
add
number.
somebody to it, I was told that they had to come from another district.
All right, well,
It's not
that's,
state law, so in this body can't change the IDA bylaws, but
you're saying
can
that,
make
so we can recommend to them that they consider expanding the membership to 10 members.
Right, I think we need to look at the IDA bylaws. I think also need to look at when the authority was created by the board and how that was achieved and once it was adopted. It may be that we need to actually amend the ordinance if the member structure is set out in an ordinance, then we can change it through an ordinance. So if the board's indulgent to look into that.
Okay, we would appreciate you looking into that.
The next question I had is,
Can we deal with that at the next meeting, or we can give you an opportunity to check that out? So we can, okay.
on the Social Services Advisory Board, I understand it used to be a voting board, and I was wondering if we could go back to having it be a social services actual board with voting members.
Okay, Ms. Palmer?
Say that's a legal question. That was a decision for the board to make that change. And again, I think you need to look at how that was accomplished. I can't recall if that was done by ordinance or something. There's a process in state code to convert a policy advisory board to a policy board. And I think we need to go through the state code process to do that. So process for that.
So you want to look at that one just like you're doing the next meeting?
That's fine, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, good. Good, all right.
Yes, sir.
All right, good.
And the last one is, for future board appointments, like the Planning Commission, the IDA, I would like the board to consider having an application process for candidates rather than just appointees by one member. I think we should seek a wider participation by the, and try to encourage really qualified for these positions to submit their name so we can evaluate candidates against each other.
I would agree with that, Mr. Chairman. I found it difficult throughout last year while I was not a board member to follow the appointments because it was just a name being thrown out without any information being provided about the person's background, qualifications, et cetera. And I do think it would help everyone be able to be more informed in making those decisions. And I think what we're discussing is a process matter for us of just how we do the appointments.
I would think that a board member who, based on the either board or appointment that's to be made, you know, have a pretty good idea as to what level of expertise, whether it's just knowledge and or experience and or education or whatever, that you would base your appointments accordingly. The person that you fill those board seats with, I would think that you make those accordingly. I take that into consideration when I make my appointments.
Right, but the rest of the board never gets to see or he or she is just expected to vote on.
From my district, right? Just to clarify.
Well, if I understood Mr. Whitaker correctly earlier, they're actually at-large members, particularly in the case of, I think you were talking about the IDA in that case.
Well, I'm not talking about IDA. I'm talking about by district. So there's two districts.
Great.
Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I make a motion
Yeah.
that we come up with a process for having an application process for members of the Planning Commission and the IDA.
All right, got a motion. You understand the motion?
Yes.
Further discussion on the motion. Not all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of aye. Aye, I'll go with you. Aye. Opposed? Ayes have the motion. That's it, okay. All right, spring green cleanup resolution. The Department of Environmental Management will present a resolution recognizing 2020 spring green cleanup resolution.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, this is the standard resolution that has been passed probably for the past 20 years. It's a request of Department of Environmental Management, Extension Service, McDonald's participates, Waste Management, ends up with, involves art exhibits that the children do over at the schools, contests and winners. We turn some of the winning pictures into T-shirts. It's their celebration.
A couple of resolution was included in your board package. And, yeah, it's pretty standard. We pretty much do that annually. What's the pleasure of the board?
I'd like one question. Mr. Taylor, sorry, Mr. Harvey, if I understand correctly, this is really signifying the board's commitment to the practices described here, not committing any additional action or anything like that. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That's good.
Thank you.
All right.
Move to approve, Mr.
Got a
Chairman.
motion to approve the resolution as presented. Further discussion on the motion. Not all those in favor, let it be known by the usual sign of aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, ayes have the motion is carried. Item number 6, you got the VACO resolution. VACO has requested Amelia County approve a resolution of support to support the local fiscal impact review bill that's, I think that's now being considered.
Yes, sir. This is straight out of VACO headquarters, resolution in support of legislation to improve the process for review of legislation with local fiscal impact. I could read it in its entirety if anybody would like.
I don't think that's. Resolutions in your packet.
Move to approve, Mr. Chairman.
Got a motion to approve. Further discussion on the motion. Not all those in favor, let it be known by the use sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, actually, I know I had asked to have B1 and B2 move to closed session, but actually, on those two items, I was expecting an ordinance and a resolution in the packet, and we don't have one, so we really have nothing to vote on. So I would like to just table those two.
All right, B1 and B2,
Yes.
all right? Make motion.
Motion is to table B1 and B2
All right,
indefinitely.
and a motion to table 1 and 2, B1 and B2 indefinitely. Further discussion on the motion? Not all those in favor, let it be known by the use sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. All right, we've got item number 7, Holocene Solar. Board will determine disposition of a special permit request to construct and operate solar energy system utility scale facility.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
My name is Stan Allison. This is my colleague Laura Merton, and we're here to present information on a substantially revised proposal to build a solar generation facility in Amelia County. Yes, sir.
Mike, so that the rest of
Okay. Let me just tell you a little bit about our company. We're based in Raleigh, North Carolina. We're 11 years old, and we're privately owned. The owners are my business partner and myself. We've operated in North Carolina exclusively until 2015, and since then have been working almost exclusively in Virginia. We have a team of 20 people engaged in development, construction, finance, energy, sales, operations, and maintenance. And we've served as developer, financial structure and arranger, as well as engineering, procurement, and construction manager for a total of 120 megawatts of solar projects in North Carolina, Virginia, and in New Jersey. I think one of the points I want to make here initially is we have a unique comments that we heard in a joint public hearing. And I think the other thing I want to say about this is one of 8 projects we're developing in Virginia. All but one are within. This is our second presentation, and it reflects significant changes. Laura will walk through a presentation, and we'll try to make it swift, that outlines the current proposal.
Can you hear me okay in here? Yeah. All right, so I put a lot of papers in front of you, but we'll go through them all. They're integrated into this presentation. We just got them back after we sent the board packet, so it should all come together. There's a lot on this agenda. We'll move through it quickly, but as Stan said, we did make some changes since we saw y'all at the joint public hearing in November. So this briefly goes through, we're looking at slide 3, the timeline. Looking back into 2018, we kind of started working with Southside, looking for a suitable site. They pointed us to Amelia County, looking at what the distribution system and what the substation could handle. And that was when we originally submitted a proposal for a 10 megawatt facility based on that being the load that substation could tolerate. And from there, we started this process, starting with a neighborhood meeting, trying to make adjustments based on feedback we got there. We made some changes after that, mostly with view sheds for adjacent properties, significantly setting it back. Then brought it to the Planning Commission, had some more things that we'll go into that we decided we significantly wanted to kind of change some things around based on some very salient concerns that we heard. And so this next slide, slide 4, goes through kind of the 4 buckets of concern that we kind of distilled all of the public comment down into. And kind of in those big macro categories, we saw that as viewshed concern, road safety, the scale of the project, and the burden that it can put on the fire department. And to each of these, we tried to find an action item that we could do. And so we'll go into each of these actions we took, but starting with that, we have worked with the landowner to reduce the project size in half, so from a 10 megawatt project to a 5 megawatt project, and that will provide the ability for the landowner to plant pines around the entirety of the perimeter, and so that will significantly set back the project from the road. And we'll see that on the site plan also. In addition, battery storage will no longer be included in this project. That's due to a variety of factors, but we do understand that battery storage can place a burden on the fire department and all of the training required with that, and that will no longer be included in this. So this is our updated site concept plan on slide 5. In the next slide, I have the previous one, so you can kind of go back and forth and look. I don't know if that's in the packet in front of you, but this one definitely is. And a few things to note on here is that with this kind of tightened proposal, there will be 32 acres within the fence on a 98-acre parcel. And so that will leave, upwards of 50 acres to be in the pines, and, theoretically more than that, but there is the transmission easement on a few acres there, but it's over half of the parcel. And we have talked to the landowner about our comfortability of including planting the pines in the CUP as a condition, and having these be hand in hand. So the closest at any point of this project will be to the road is set back over 300 feet, and that's in the front, and it's over 700 feet on each of the sides. So that's a big difference. And for reference, this was the proposal seen previously when the project was first brought to the Planning Commission. And so here I'm on slide 7. This is what will actually go onto the site. We're looking at racking that is made of steel that will go into the soil. That is really the only thing like touching the land, and we'll talk a little bit more about the environmental aspects, but we do, believe that this won't reduce the quality of the soil, that this will be suitable land, not only for the landowner's desirable use of pines during the use of the project, but also 35 years down the road after the project is decommissioned. And then in addition, there's some panels, and want to point out this tracker mechanism on the far right side. We'll be using panels that can tilt with the sun to maximize efficiency. Then on this next slide, kind of goes into more of the equipment and shows how it will interconnect right into the co-op substation there. And that will be all right within the county here. So this next section is kind of that additional packet that I gave y'all. And these go into PhotoSim. So we had a third party go and kind of take these photos to show what the view of the site will look like when these pines are planted. So we have talked to the landowner about the timing of the plantings, and while it would be ideal to buy them in the spring because of price, we're going to try to plant them this fall and pay the delta between those so that we can go ahead and get them in line with the project coming in. So there won't be any time that there's not some sort of buffer and there's equipment on site. So just kind of going through these, y'all have these in front of you also. And it says at the bottom of those pages, the view, the timeline. And so We used a growth rate, I believe it's at 14 feet at year 5 so like U1, year 5, 14 feet, and then 50 feet at year 15 for each of them, based on some information from forestry services, etc. So this is site 1 from Chenito Road, or this is from Grub Hill Church Road on the side there. And after those 5 years, you can see that there's, theoretically the solar farm is right behind there. The photo sims do show the solar farm. It's just in this, you really can't see it in any of the photos. And this is after those pines go up in 15 years. U2, so this is almost directly in the intersection right there, but looking down Janita Road. Give me a second to get my bearings, looking at it the first time. So this is after 5 years, and you can tell it's even so set back that even if those were a little shorter, you wouldn't really be able to see it, but that's the 5-year, and then that's the 15-year. View 3 is Janita Road from the north. This is what it looks like now. This is 5 years. I can do these quickly, but y'all have them. And then this is 15 years. And then the last one, this is from the northeast. This is what it looks like now. 5 years and 15 years. And I do want to point out in views 3 and 4, you can see a little bit, especially in the 15-year view, that once those trunks go up high enough, you will be able to see through them. And so we have decided to plant some shrubs behind those pines so that it will soften that view. And before they grow tall enough to completely screen it, we also want to be soften it. And those will be planted at about 3 feet and then grow up to 15 feet, which will also completely screen the site, even standing alone. So you can see that really the most in view 3 and 4. So just going over some quick other details. The real tax revenue from this project will come in the reassessed land value. In the counties that we've worked in, we've seen that be at about $10,000 an acre for solar facilities. This project is, when resized, 100% exempt from M&T taxes. We will charge for that. It's really just a few trucks here and there. And we submitted a decommissioning plan for the original 10 megawatt facility. We will plan to provide an updated decommissioning plan, and we understand the financial surety requirements that are in the solar ordinance, and those will be met by this project. So just kind of in summary, we believe that not only has this met the solar ordinance zoning requirements, it's really gone above and beyond to go far past the setbacks and past all the buffers and everything that's been laid out. And so I really hope that y'all will consider this project.
Questions or comments from board members?
Yes. Mr. Chairman, thank you for listening to the concerns of the citizens. I see 2 times at least in your timeline that you've done that. I think this updated plan, as you indicated, addresses vast majority of those concerns. The one thing you've done that helps the citizens by reducing the size, I'd say also offsets the benefit to Amelia, though, because you have reduced the possibility, significantly reduced the tax revenue that would come in from this. I understand, however, that it's a balance between what citizens, particularly the neighbors around there, want, and I think that's a trade-off that we often have to make. I know there's been a number of concerns about as you said, I think you called it the site shed, but basically what it looks like. It's like, well, I met the obligation, and then they never turn out, for example, like the pictures that you project. Is there a commitment in this that you will, in fact, replant as necessary to ensure that we achieve the screening that you described?
The pines are operated and maintained by the landowner as their by right land use, so
That's on her.
their income and their, yeah.
But the other,
Other comment? Question about topsoil. It's a living thing, and I read somewhere that you plan to excavate some of the property to level it or whatever. Are you going to separate the topsoil and then put it back on before you drive these pylons into the ground to support the panels? It takes a long time to
There will be an
regenerate topsoil.
absolute minimum amount of earth moving in the project.
I understand.
The only real earth moving that there may be would be if the civil plans require it for stormwater and erosion control purposes. But we don't scrape the. I mean, if there's a roll in the site, which there is, we'll just build right on the roll. We don't need a perfectly flat
So you
area.
won't remove any topsoil, or if you do, would you replace
It would only be in related to comply with erosion control and stormwater arrangements. And then the topsoil would stay, as part of that work.
In terms of sites we've seen in leveling, this is as close to perfect as you can get for a site. So it really, at a minimum is more minimum than really any other solar site.
And one of the people at the public hearing claimed that you were going to be moving 30,000 tons of soil, and I don't know where that came from.
No, that's not true. And there are no. Some people ask about concrete pads and so forth. The only concrete pads will be for those box-like items of equipment that you saw on the slides. And I think there'll probably be 2 or 4 of them. I'm not sure.
The other thing I'd like to point out, it's not a question, but even at $15,000 an acre for assessment for this project, we would end up making about $2,000 of extra taxes from this project as a county.
Yeah, I think I should address that question because clearly we did not reduce the size to avoid having to pay taxes. So that's the first thing. Second thing is we have demonstrated a willingness to contribute in localities in Virginia on a voluntary basis.
So you will offer a voluntary payment system?
And when we've done it in the past, it was, we got our approval, and then we voluntarily, for a smaller project, we offered $50,000 to a county to improve their fire station. We weren't required to do it, we just said we're going to do it. We'd like to continue to work things that way, but in the last year or so, there have been changes in the way the counties are looking at solar, and there are these proffers and voluntary abatements and so forth. And we're willing to work with the county on something that makes sense.
The General Assembly right now is talking about revenue share and backdating and that type of stuff. Talk to, not these two, but the other gentleman that's been working with him, Mr. Bucket. And he's open for consideration of all the things that they're tracking with the General Assembly is asking for. I'm not real sure they know what they're asking for. But we're keeping an eye on that.
I think that's a good point. The General Assembly is who's really restricted an awful lot of the possibility for taxes and payments, not the county or your company.
It was never going to be a huge moneymaker county-wise, but at this scale, it's a no-brainer.
I might add too, it's not a money maker, but it's going to use, I can't think of county services that it's going to use. That facility is not going to send any kids to the schools. They're not going to be rescue squads running out there, and other than during construction, there's not going to be a lot of any heavy trucks riding the roads. So it's very light on the services that it uses.
But this is in my district, and the thing I hear from all the residents in that area is what's the benefit the big picture of green energy.
We understand that and we sympathize with that. And as Mr. Whitaker said, we're willing to work with the county on something.
Mr. Whitaker, I just wondered, this project has been substantially altered. I understand that they tried to address some of the concerns that we heard that those 25 folk who spoke at that public hearing. Has there been any thought of just having the planning commission take a look at this thing again?
That's an option that's available to you. Take their recommendation and approve it, or send it back to them with the provisions that these folks have said, hey, we're answering the questions that the citizens put out. There's an opportunity for the planning commission to reevaluate.
I, for one, would like to see that.
Well, can I make sure I'm clear? The planning commission does not make a decision anyway. They say, I make sure I'm understanding. They're simply making a recommendation to us one way or another, right? So it's going to come back to us either, no matter what their decision is anyway. I would worry that just delays things further, but open to consideration.
Yeah, I don't feel this is substantially different enough to kick it back to them. It's reduced in scale. All the legitimate concerns of the residents have been addressed. I think the policy is bent over backwards to meet the requirements of the ordinance. The original plan met the requirements of the ordinance. So my biggest concern is there's no benefit to the county financially. So if you're saying that we can work something out with that.
One thing or reason the issue is benefit to the county is it's not.
Right.
I didn't think so.
Financial benefit to the county is not.
I know it.
We can't vote contingent on that. I
Exactly.
understand.
Yeah, I think it's just one of the things we, of course, consider. One of the things I've criticized in the past has been the board not being clear on why they make certain decisions. So I'll go ahead and state. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear him.
I've got to say this, I've had more calls, emails, and personal talks with the neighbors in that general area. That they absolutely do not need this, and I'm sure it's a wonderful thing, but my heart goes out to the people who live in that area, and they're our constituents, and I feel like they're not being heard.
That's the only reason, that's the reason I want to do.
Well, I note that they have, oh, sorry, Mr. Chairman.
I feel they've been heard many times. We've got 2 meetings at the firehouse and a public hearing. They've been heard.
Mr. Chairman, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear earlier. I apologize. On the other hand, I've only had 2 citizens tell me they were concerned about the project, and many others say they were in favor of it or had no concern. As I was starting to say earlier, while the county may not get any significant benefit, my perspective on this comes down to, should we tell people what they can or can't do with their land when it is complying with all of our existing rules and regulations? In this case,
There's a motion to approve this project as it looks now, renovations. You can't speak on this issue.
we had an earlier public comment period. Because we had a public comment period earlier, it asked for comments at that point. Made it more lenient.
I'll tell you what, I will break the rule for one time. I'll give you 5 minutes. I'm going to allow 3 people. 3 people, 5 minutes, 5 minutes each.
First off, I want to thank you very much for this. My name's Scott.
And state your name.
My name's Scott Best. I live on Lodge Court. Okay, and unfortunately, I was unable to be here for the previous two meetings because of the profession I am in. I'm in the logistics business. When you had this in December, okay, I work for FedEx, so that's our busiest time of the year, and I'm in operations. So that's our busiest time of the year, and I'm in operations. So trying to get a day off is like an act of God. Okay. And I'm going to quote our founder: "Fear of failure must never be a reason to not try something new." And I'm not arguing the fact that we do need new energy, renewable energy. But however, where you're trying to place it, the roads can't support all this equipment that's coming in. Let's be realistic, okay? If you've seen Genito Road, Grub Hill Road, it barely handles the logging trucks that go up and down that road. And it's not going to handle all this heavy equipment. First, second thing, solar energy has been known to create what they call heat island effects, okay, which generates heat, and which, these solar panels generate heat, and electricity is a form of heat. So when you do this and you're wanting to plant pines around this, you're asking for a matchstick right there, because pines generate heat. They're talking about a 5-year plan, 10-year plan, 15-year plan on planting pines. I got a pine field right behind me that was cut over 3 years ago, and it doesn't look anywhere near what we saw on these slides. With that being said, the proposal is you've got something like that. You want to advertise to future business owners trying to generate business. You've got a prison in Nottoway County. Granted, it's not Amelia County, but you've got 350 acres out there, which would be more profitable in a whole grand scheme of things with Nottoway County, Amelia. We all go on a co-op on something like this. By doing that, you give the inmates there a chance to learn a trade, educate, so when they do get out, and they can possibly earn a wage there while they're learning and helping Halocene build this project. And you can do it 3 times the scale or 4 times the scale as what they're proposing right now. So now you're generating income, you're generating more electricity, renewable electricity, and you're putting it in an area that is able to handle the traffic coming in with 360. You've got railways that you can access. Not to mention, it can the tourists can see, business owners can see it right off of 360 to see what the area is doing to try to new energy. Now, with that being said, you're educating the inmates, so when they do get out, they have a trade they can fall into, which, let's face it, in today's society, this new generation doesn't want to do work like that. And with the tax money that we're saving by educating the inmates, they can earn a living inside prison and pay for some of the luxuries, let's face it, that our taxpayers get. And with the tax education for our students here, and I don't have a child in this school system, nor have I. I've only lived here for 4 years.
30 seconds.
In closing, I would like to voice that I strongly oppose this project, not only because of the me and my neighbors, but the immediate planning commission decided not to fight for this site in our county. Thank you.
Say that aloud one more.
Planning Commission voted unanimously to allow the site not to be used because of the health, the danger of working. We have a couple accidents in the last 2 weeks. Realize that they made significant progress. They decided that still has done anything for all of us. Not a benefit to anybody that's local landowner, people of the county. So I suggest that we take a fresh look at the project before we go further. Now, talking to the board members, I don't think they've had significant time to listen to the complaints. I heard you say a couple of people wrote out of the fact they didn't like it. Well, I don't know what's the issue. Site stuff. Said that we will plant pine trees, little property that was cut at the same time we were letting property be cut. Pine trees were no more than you take. That's 2.5 years. So, trees that was shown on that, film, not pine trees. It was something else. So, I don't know what other trees they planted on you. Say pine trees, it's gonna be something else. Maybe somebody else.
Right. All right. Bring it back to the board. There's a motion on the floor to approve this project.
Water storage tank for the 500,000 gallon elevated tank will be taken into service for maintenance for 45 days. Since then, those concerns about looking into doing the maintenance.
Do we have a complete plan yet?
Do we have a budget, you say? Or plan?
Yes, a project.
Cannot report.
Administrational work with you to proceed.
We've got a budget.
Yeah.
So I think we're good to go. If there's something that is a little bit of concern, we would certainly bring it to the board, but not with the idea of slowing things up or holding it back.
My only concern is that we don't have a timeline. I mean, do we have a project plan? Do we have a step-by-step what's going to happen to get from start to finish?
Well, I have nothing written down what the next step would. It will submit the water analysis, which we've already done, to give you this report. We'll submit all that data and the details on bringing that GBC tank online.
Yeah, I understand all the steps necessary to get it to be done on the whole project, but Is there a deadline? Can we set a deadline? I mean, I don't want to be here 6 months from now.
Oh, I agree, and we would, I mean, I'm not talking about waiting either. We'll go ahead and proceed to get that approval, hopefully in the next, say, 45. If you ask for a weekly report, we can give you a weekly report. The piping and to disinfect it. And the next it would be my opinion that the repair and maintenance of the tank, of the GBC tank, would probably you amend your contract or do a purchase of the GBC tank, would probably you amend your contract or do a purchase order with Southern Corrosion, who's already contracted to do the, you'll get the GBC tank load of organics that you have coming in that wastewater, which we try to show as an example. But if you would take what you look like you have reserved, including your current uses and your eye, a process come in like Purdue or whatever, they have a lot of load and the low amount of flow, and that will impact that equivalent residual connection.
So the bottom line is we're good for.
That's all.
Essentially, that's.
It's not a request for taxing at all. It's simply the same
Okay,
authority.
got a motion on the floor to approve the resolution on equal taxation. Further discussion on the motion? Not all in favor, let it be known by the use sign of aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Ayes have it, motion is carried. School MOU.
Be paid. We're in Optima, which is an HSA. They're just completely different things. It didn't seem like it would work last time, but we can certainly take a look at it.
Package really goes along with what we just voted on.
Okay. So it's recognized.
To report into county administration to be able to better support those needs going forward.
I'd like to open the discussion of ways to do that, form a committee including members from the public, come up with however many ideas we can come up with on things that we could do with that building, other than what.
To support that?
Yes. Yeah. It was done a long time ago.
Yes.
So you're looking at forming a committee.
You're headed and make it as public as he can. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the planning department and county administrator has to be involved in it too, but I think it's important to get public input. There's been talks about tearing it down, and I don't think that's what people want. Monitor, board of supervisors, and anyone else to try to get some attention on it. The results of the census are very important for federal funding that we get, and drawing of district lines and things like that, so I think it's really important that we promote it and just get it out there that it's happening and ask for support of the public.
County administration, staff confidentiality agreement.
No, I mentioned it for the new IT support, but there's an issue with the county administrator's office having access to some data, and there was supposed to be some agreement signed. I know Mr. Moore and Taylor are working on it, but I don't know if it's finished, if it's ever been done.
Mr. Chairman, I thought this thing had been put to bed, and I went in this evening, after I got back from jail meeting, I went digging through some emails. We're all finished with the confidentiality agreement issue, thanks Taylor. And this was the results of a conversation between one of the constitutional officers and Mr. Sparkman, who is our IT consultant who handles the AS400 and manages all of that. And he was able to cut this Bright system has, I think they call them pods maybe, that the different organizations use, whether it's building inspection, whether it's personnel, whether it's them with the tax department, whether it's real estate, personal property users out. So
That's in the Bright system. I'm talking about the Outlook email system as well. You as system administrator have access to everybody's emails, and some emails have taxpayer information in them that you need to sign the confidentiality agreement.
Well, I didn't realize you were talking about that. I thought you were talking about the AS400. Well, I didn't realize you were talking about that. I thought you were talking about the AS400 Bright.
Including maintenance. I've seen it in writing, including maintenance. I've seen it in writing. So I think we just need to look at the whole thing.
We did that. Industrial Development Authority discussion. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
For that one, I have received a good bit of feedback from the public that while most of our county, I would think so, but in the last month, there has been a good bit of pushback. Oh, I'm sorry. I had asked the county administration. It wasn't clear in my request then, but I.
No, you're very clear that you want it posted on the website.
Oh, okay.
I'm just making the point that it's going to the public.
Thank you. That's helpful.
Technology is faster.
I'm sure there's.
Which is another question. What's the status of that? I haven't seen a new lease yet.
I think that's in the later item.
Yeah, it's a later item. But this is a separate issue. We want to just get an appraisal on that.
This item deals with getting an appraisal on the property.
Yes.
I'll make a motion to get an appraisal.
You got the level of competence. What do you expect? 2 pages that cost you $200 that don't have the detail. And if you get an MAI, that's going to cost you $4,000. Special exceptions solar development. If it's going through the IDA, sit down with Taylor and we'll try to figure out what procedure leads to push them in that direction. We don't have a whole lot of it, but I can honestly tell you, I have something on the table. We can't do that. It's just the way it is. So, do I track each and every one? So, they're going to be able to apply this license in there 3 years. So, that's it. There's a lot that goes on. Maybe we can to figure out how to capture that type of information.
I think that's a great point. Request any specific changes. I just appreciate the education. I do think your point around the Christmas tree farm is pointed to the kind of thing that I'm interested in, though. I hear you on it not being currently allowed, but I think those are the kind of things that we do have. Request any specific changes. I just appreciate the education. I do think your Christmas tree farm is especially pointed to the kind of thing that I'm interested in, though. I hear you on it not being currently allowed, but I think those are the kind of things that we do have an interest in knowing about, because then we need to be able to consider whether there should actually be some changes for evaluation. But I think we can table it for future discussion.
The salary, see if they might have some resources for us. So, lease update, the terms have been agreed to by all parties. Of course, that lease, I think the payment is an annual one due in December. So we haven't felt like it was something that I had to do last week. Mr. Gore and I have talked about it. We wanted to bring some type of language in there that they've agreed.
Well, it would have to be considered.
Available. Could you sort through it and kind of see what you wanted and
Yeah,
direct us?
if you had data like what you presented in here for like the last 2 years, maybe, I could turn it into a chart. And then I could give you the chart that you could fill in.
Okay. we'll work on that and see if we can.
Permit fees means just regular fees?
Permit fee would be the building permit fee.
Okay.
That's right. Under proffer, where it says fees collected, that would be for the proffer.
That one says proffers, but you know, the rest, even like where this one had proffers, but it still says fees collected 0.
That's right. Because that's not
And
for
so
that.
for these that don't even have proffers, it's the same thing?
2% state levy. Yeah, there ought to be something.
Like every one of them, on every page says fees collected 0. It just could be the way the report, I'm not saying it's wrong, I'm just trying to understand it.
Their final one on the 14th, and it didn't seem like there were any issues there. Josh Strickland is our point of contact for that.
Yeah, my concern is it's going to be 2 or 3 years before the people who have no internet.
Juveniles. It doesn't cost us.
Yeah, I can go ahead and do the board member comments. I think most of them have occurred, but anyway, board members' comments, I can go ahead and take care of that. Just District 1, any comments? District 2.
All I'd like to say is how happy I am to be working with a board full of people that I can actually work with now.
District 3.
I don't want to take up much people's time, but I didn't know we were going to be here all night. My kids are going to be monsters in the morning. But first, I just wanted to thank the outgoing supervisors for everything they've done. So I also would like to thank the current board members and any board members that have ever served. Public service is a different animal.
Number one, I appreciate the board members' patience. I appreciate staff's patience. I know that you're being asked and tasked to do some things that not haven't had to do in the past, but I really appreciate it. And us too, us too. So if we consider doing that would be helpful.
Need a motion to come out of the closed session?
So moved.
Got a motion, for discussion on the motion? Not all those in favor, let it know, you decide, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Ayes, have the motion carried. Now I need a motion to state essentially that while in closed session, we only discuss those items for which we initially were in closed session to discuss.
Certified.
Wait a minute, I need a motion. Got a motion? Who's making a motion? Further discussion on the motion? Okay, we would focus by district, District 1, District 2, District 3,
Aye.
District 4,
Aye.
District 5 votes aye. Okay. Any action to be taken?
Yes.
All right.
The vote was to certify that the only things we talked about during closed session were the things that we said we were going
That we were
to.
going into.
It means we didn't have any smoke-filled back room discussion
No.
about anything else.
Fill us in later.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
on the issue of Laura Walsh's 5% VRS match, I would like to make a motion that we give her 5.32% VRS match retroactive to the day she became commissioner, out of a policy and fairness point of view.
I got a motion. Further discussion on the motion? Not all those in favor of the motion, let it be known by signifying an aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? No.
No.
Get that motion failed. Is there another motion?
I'll make a motion to start her salary effective, I guess, January 1st of this year immediately. The going forward for the compensation at the 5.32%.
Right? Got a motion. Further discussion on the motion? Not all those in favor of the motion, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. 4-1, motion carries. All right? Any other? What do we have next?
I think we've had public comments, and I guess we've set a work session for the second Tuesday.
Second Wednesday.
Wednesday of February.
Second Wednesday of the month.
So as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing else on the agenda tonight.
Need a motion?
Since Mr. Davis spent all night here, can we let him know?
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
We don't need to vote on it.
We don't need to vote on
No. No additional action.
it. Don't need to vote. All right, is any other business to come before us? Is there a need for a continued meeting?
Not to my knowledge.
Now, entertain the motion to
So moved, Mr.
adjourn. Got a motion, all in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, aye, we have it. We